Hello and good morning, everyone. We are here a little earlier than I normally manage to make it. That is great. We have Rusty's for background sound yet again. And we'll be working on more of Blue's model. As you can see, we got a big pink square here. Remember I said I needed a mask for the nose? Yeah, I made the mask for the nose. Did that off stream because trying to do Photoshop and importing things on stream sounds like a bad idea. Sounds like an way to make everything crash for me. Those programs get pretty heavy on the computer, on top of streaming in the first place is heavy in its own right. So I was like, yeah, we'll do that off stream beforehand. The first thing we're gonna mesh is gonna be that little nose piece there. Oh. First we're getting the farm set up a bit. Ensure everything is all getting upgraded out here, getting built. Look at that pig. Look at that pig butt. Pig butt. Green pig. Hello, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. We're going to be working on rigging in just a second here. I'm just checking on the farm first. That feels like not a real person at that point, because the level of rude. But I digress. Especially like I'm not even playing a game today. Do you even know if I play games? You don't know. You don't know what I do. I guess the less watering's good. Hello. Alright, let's move. Let's get that to reroll. Hello, yes, I am a chibi. I am doing well, how are you? We are going to get started on the rigging in just a second. I'm going to make Rusty's a little smaller down there. Yeah, you can see most of the farm now. And we're going to get into working on the rigging of my client. As we have so far just been working on lots and lots of art meshes, because there's lots of pieces around here. I had to make this mask, so we're gonna work on that part first. I am blocking the things over there. Maybe I can move me a little bit. So I'm gonna move me over here. We're gonna make me a little smaller. Now that I've got more physics, I can maybe stand a little higher. It's like I have skirt physics. I didn't have skirt physics a few days ago because I didn't put the model rigging whip sticker back on my model. I have a little sticker that I had on. I don't know if it's something I even saved in here. Oh, it might not actually be in here as an item. Hold on. I might have to go find it. Or did I save it at least as a thing? I might have saved it as a scene. Okay, I do have it. I need this to launch. Alright, hold on. I think I can make a button for it super quick to bring it back. Don't think I have it saved yet. Items? Okay, yeah. So let's do this for a scene. Because, right, so my own model, I was reading the word item at the same time, is almost done being rigged. I'm probably gonna finish it this weekend. Ding, done, ding, there it goes. And then you can clear that. Okay, there we go. There. So there's my little whip thing, because, so my feet aren't done, and I want to fix the legs. I don't quite like how they are. I did them kind of quickly, and there's a couple angles that I don't like that the legs end up at. We get a little, like, too much knee on one of them. And the shoes themselves don't have anything, and the bow hasn't got anything. physics-wise, and then the shoulder ruffles, those still need physics as well. But otherwise, like, very close to being done. So I'm going to hopefully finish my own model this weekend and make a showcase for it as well this weekend. I'll put me down here. There we go. That's a good spot. That way we can still see it's over here. Anyways, so I wanted to find... Okay. Let's see. So for this one, let's make you invisible real quick. Because this is going to be the one that highlight needs to avoid. And I have to make a copy and flip it, and that's going to be for the other side. I think. Because that one has got like the most amount of thing already set for it. Definitely not that one. I don't want them to have similar things. I might just stick with this. Let's copy that. I'm gonna go into this. Let's erase that. Paste it. And then yeah, so that does pretty much go straight down to the bottom. What I want to do is actually want to make a second one of those. I'm going to drag that straight up using Shift. Go like this. I don't want to do that. Can you stop being selected the way that you are? Thank you. I know you're gonna do that weird thing. Okay, there we go. From here, I'm gonna not do that. I want those two to merge. We're gonna connect those. That way it'll bend in kind of the same way that the rest of it bends. That's why I'm doing it that way. And we're gonna erase this stuff. Just go ahead and pull that down. Connect it out that way. You can connect out this way. I'll just move you in a little bit. Like the very edge of that can get cut off. That's fine. So that should be good. So this is going to be nose mask left. I'm going to make you invisible real quick. So you control V. Nose mask right. Yeah, I do have integration for Rusty set up, so if you type !join, you can get a little robot guide and run around on the farm as well. That, then you need to flip this way. Now you're on the other side. You go now. So now the point of these, I don't want these to move with this. It should be fine where they are, but in case. So now this is the right hand side, which means these two need to be to it. So Control C, you two. I have a reverse mask to that. Yeah! Carmine! Hello! Things break on me? What's happening? Okay. Okay. So good. That is not cutting anything off on that side. I take it. I move it now. Yes. But turning it on and off, it's not changing it. And then this one is going to be for the highlight. First mask. Control V. Enter. Now this. Okay. Because what that's going to allow. Let's do real quick. We're just going to do a temporary little head angle guy. So with that, I bend this. Right. I bend that, but then I take this and I'm like, hey, I want this to go further this way, it's not coming across the nose because it's cut off by that mask. So that's why I wanted those masks. Yep. Ah! I am not intentionally ignoring the messages. I was looking at the things and I was explaining how it works and why we went ahead and made these little dumb looking pink masks that are flipped around the nose. Which, yeah, the fact that they go outside of the nose org is fine. They don't need to be inside of it completely. It's fine. Kind of like mouth masks, they aren't super necessary to be completely inside. And then I need to double check. I believe this replaced properly. And it's still early enough that I've only had a cereal bar so far because that's like a normal breakfast for me. We have not gotten far enough in the day for me to have had more than that, okay? Chill. Let me look at this modeling image. That looks correct. I go to, I think, an eyes? Yes, right. So I mentioned the other thing I tried to fix was this contour thing here because before there was like an extra dark spot happening here when the eye closed because the edge of it was just a little too dark. Well, we got that sorted. So, huzzah! Okay, and then we were in the mouth. I can't remember if we finished the mouth. I think we still had a couple pieces of mouth left last time. Interior mouth, though. Mouth is inside of here. Right, I remember also I was trying to sort out if I wanted to change the layer order because of where the teeth are and such, but I think it was fine. I think it was fine. Sip of coffee. Alright. Inner mouth reset. There's a thing that exists. Yes, you guys had various things. Right, I remember I was working on that teeth mask thing for a while. It gave me some trouble. I had to restart the program because it was being weird about it all. Bottom teeth, tongue. Right, I think I skipped over the molars. And I did those things. So really, I just needed the molars, I think, and then this was going to be done. And then we were going to leave tongue out alone. I don't want to deal with tongue out anytime soon. That is after head angle situation. Right. And I remember I was debating just stealing from profs. Do I steal from profs? I think we're going to not steal from prof. I think we're going to attempt to see if I can do a simpler art mesh this time around, perhaps. And it be less of a problem? Question mark. Like, ding, 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 ding. Ding. Oh, I should do like that, I think. Dink. Alright, I'm really afraid to try to open it at the same time. Alright, let's save and then blow up the computer. File. Recent files. Prof Iscariot. It's okay, computer, you can do this. You can open it. I believe in you. Yep, there are 5 million texture atlases. It's okay. You can do this. You can do this. No. Jaw open. Be somewhere around there. Molar. Reset to default values. Okay. I'm just gonna copy. Go to here. Go to here. So fun thing, and I've noticed it a lot of people seem to think that you have to open the mesh thing itself. Okay, Okay, so your molars are actually slightly smaller. They're the same shape though. Seem to think that you have to open it into the art mesh, select the points in order to copy paste the points. But like, that's just not necessary. It's not. You can just, from outside, select it. Okay. Yeah, I think that's more dense than I want it to be. I think I had to do those points though. I'm just gonna do that. I will fix it in a minute. Because of this here of trying to have the top versus the bottom. Remember last time when I was looking at this, I was struggling to find where my glue went. Yeah, that's the default shape. And then when going upwards, I needed this as a top to pull up separately from the bottom. And that's how I ended up with this kind of weird shape. It's happening. But I still have no idea where the glue is for this. Like, the glue is hiding in this list. Teeth top. Teeth bottom. It's like, I see these two molars, but like, I don't know what's going on. No, I remember now. It was giving me so much trouble. There is no glue. It gave me so much trouble with trying to do glue. I literally just grabbed the points using like select and pulled them manually. I remember now. There is no glue, only manual anger. I remember now. I don't know if I will attempt glue on the back teeth this time. They are such an interesting shape. But we will see. Let us not save prof and get into here. And let's look at this. So yeah, I don't think I need quite this many points, you know? Also, I think the more points happening on this, the more of a pain it's going to be with the glue if I'm going to try gluing. Because I want to try gluing it one more time, because the glue effect does like make it look really cool. With like some relative ease. Like, I definitely have way too many points happening on here. Don't necessarily know that I'm going to keep these detail bits happening. We will find out eventually, you know? Figure it out. I'm gonna do this, I think. You can go a little higher up. Because yeah, I was trying to make it so I had like kind of like a cut side situation going on there. You can go to there. We can do like 2 less points on there, I think. Because like, yeah, you come to here. You to there, and then you to there, and then you're gonna move to there. Birdie! Welcome in! How are you doing? We are locking in, doing work today. I was really tempted actually to not work on this today, because Chunk, the model artist actually of this, is playing Pow World on the server that Prof made for the various Chunk people, the Chunk siblings. And I was really tempted to instead just go play Pow World. It's like, what if I just played Pow World with Chunk? I could totally go do that, right? That's an option. Okay, I think the inside is less dense now. Let's do... I'm gonna erase a lot of the outside, I think. Start with that, and then you're gonna go more like this. You still need one more here at least, though. Okay. That'll do. You can go away. I want you to stay. I can probably just do 1 point between those. More like this. And you can come down a little farther and then connect to there. Because the less points on this, the easier the glue might be to do. Yeah, when we get that far. And like, it's something inside of the mouth. We don't need to waste a whole lot of craziness in here, I don't feel like, you know? Maybe I can get rid of one here, actually. This. Yeah. And you can be like this. I can do alt. Okay. Can make my life a little easier that way. Good? Good to hear. Good to hear. I am alive. Like I said, part of me was like, I don't want to work. I want to play Pal World with other people. I think it was just Chonk playing, but still. It's like, Chonk's there. I want to play. But I need to do work. I need to do work. I have not gotten very far in this, and I'd like to start getting some of the actual what's the word I'm looking for? Face rigging, I think, is what I'm trying to say. I'd like to get some of the actual face rigging started soonish. We're gonna go there. Gonna need here. So yeah, getting around curves, the outer bit, is always a bit of a pain to deal with. Need more points on the outside just to deal with like the corners. Unless I was playing Power World Prof, someone recently had remade a server for us at home. And on that one, I think delete that because we don't need that many points. I got to a point where I was working on making an army of combat frostallions so that I could work on doing raids in that server. But I had not ever finished that, because then I also got sidetracked with, I was trying to get, there's the Terraria collab stuff, and there's like a really good weapon in the Terraria dungeon. So I was just like spamming the Terraria dungeon trying to get it. And I hadn't gotten it yet, because I wanted like the best version of it, not just like, you know, the little version. I think I got like, a lesser version of it. But I wanted the best, the legendary. And that's either going to take a lot of grinding and getting the lesser versions, because you can smush schematics together in that game now to make the better ones. Or it's going to take luck in just having it actually just drop magically. Okay, Control C, the smaller now. Control V. Right. You know what? We're not going to do that. Because I know this is exactly the same. We're just going to delete the molar. Control C, Control V. Because it will actually reflect better inside of this lower teeth thing than if I were to, brain? Powder. Try to do the other way. Which did I... on. Okay, I did not copy the molars over. Why didn't I copy the molars over? I know for the fang I needed to not. Art mesh 52 or mesh 51. I'm unsure if I did or didn't. I'm just gonna copy, paste, flip, horizontal. Great. You guys are definitely now the other kind. You will be deleted. And we'll just have all of our molars do be existing. Can I group edit your name since you do have the same name? Is that an option? It is! Cool. You petted the bun. I really gotta add a sound to the head pets. But I don't know what sound to add. For Bun, maybe I could make it when it's petted, that it makes like a TTS sound. Because that would be easy to add. Relatively easy anyways. That might be something I could do. Okay, so I think with that, all of the inside of the mouth should be done. Yeah, that's done. Okay. Cool, cool. All right, so then with that, so the eyes, the nose, and the mouth are done. I think we'll go on to face after that. I think these gradients, yeah, those are going to come after face as well. I might just make them big triangle things too, though. Okay, but we'll go into the face head as a whole. I'd like to at least get everything. Where is the line? That. Okay. So the head and then the line. I like to put those together when I am doing the meshing. Because the line needs to be connected well between those. I actually don't remember. I don't think I've been using glue between them anymore, but they just have the same lines. Yeah, because I haven't been using glue because I do have to normally pull the line on or off eventually as well. On one side as I start working on like the head angle stuff. Since I just reshaped the whole thing on the deformer above it, the glue hasn't really been necessary. Alright, I needed this, and then I need mirror edit, and then I need to tell you the correct location of 1991.5, right? Yep, I am remembering the number for our center division. And then we do need a 3, and you are going to need to be pretty dense. We'll worry about the density in a second. Okay, so this actually isn't bad for the width, I want to say. Like, you need to go something like this. I'll adjust the point itself down there exactly in a little bit, because it is a bit of a curve right there. So, width-wise, I think we can go a little narrower. Let's do something like that, and then let's at least go 10, I think. Maybe an 8? Because I don't want to go too dense, but I feel like that will be dense enough. Okay. And that should allow some pretty good shaping, I think. Oh, come on. Okay, so 6 looks like that. 7. I think maybe we go 8. 6. Maybe we're gonna go 7, which is a weird number. I don't like doing weird numbers, but I think that is the solution for this one. Although it is it's gotten heavy and it's getting mad. That's why it's going so slow now. It's like, what are you doing to me? Why are we doing this? It's okay, you can do this. We just have to get through making the line. Because this is... when you're doing the line like this, it has to compute a lot more. And plus I have it on mirror, so it's having an extra fun time about all this. There. There. You know what? Maybe we go back to 8, because it didn't struggle as hard at 8. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, having it so that the outer line for the face shape and the actual line being exactly the same is very helpful. And meshing them at the same time makes it easier to be sure you got both inside of this outer line that we're making here. So you need to get over here. Bing. Bing. Out here. Here. Ding. 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 That in and out over here. nice and curvy. Come in here, then come back on out. We got some various points here that are really askew. Get in there. From here, you need to back out a little more. Need to go back out a little more too. Next. Ding. Another reason I'm like, yeah, I shouldn't do Pow World today just because Chonk was playing is because, like, if I'm going to play a video game, I should play Over Magica, you know? But I definitely wanted to rig over doing Over Magica today. I need to get some work done, you know? But I want to double check, because like I said, I don't think... I know some kids have field trips tomorrow. Friday, I think there's something going on. Can't remember what. Okay. So that is a good outer edge. We can confirm the stroke, and now it should be less angy about everything. Let me... Right, it's gonna do that thing it likes to do, where it gets angy at me. About, how many things we're actually connected to here. Those can move down a little bit. Yeah, we're going for a more curved shape. Kiki! We'll take a sip of my coffee now. Thank you for throwing coffee at me. Coffee. How are you doing? Welcome in. And then we come up here. Honestly, it looks like those end up on exactly the same point, but I know for sure that they're going to be multiple points. So we're just going to have to manually do it anyways. Bing, 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 bing. Okay. And then from that, you don't super really need more points in the middle, but it can help make sure the points don't do anything super crazy. It can just help to have, like, them around. It also helps to some degree as I'm moving it around to see, like, oh hey, that's about the center of the thing versus ding. Okay, that's the center, and then, like, I put those over there so, like, I know that's about, apparently really well done to, like, line up with the iris. Look at that. That line is going, like, straight through the iris, so that's cool. Tired but decent. I'm okay. I am alive. And apparently I never turned the outside of the mouth back on. There you go. Stop the horrors from happening. There you go. Alright. So now... these layers. And copy and paste that. So are these two the same size? They are the same size. Okay, so these two I can probably do at the same time as well. Hey, I'm generally okay. I'm trying to get work done. I'm trying to actually prioritize doing this. So for this one, both of these are slightly further into the face. So that's why the shape here is not quite correct. That's okay. It is generally a matching shape. We're just make sure we get along-ish the edge. Because this doesn't need to be, like, super perfectly matching the other one. Oh no. You see how that's doing a dumb shape? That means one of them's doing a dumb shape. Hold on. Discard. Which one of you is doing the dumb shape? Is it you? Okay, so that means the line? The line has the correct shapes. Ah, I'm being struck by coffee again. Control C. Mega coffee. Strategy! Welcome in. How are you doing? We are working. Whee! Ding. Yep. Okay. I forgot afterwards to check that. Yeah. I think there are just two different shades that are essentially the same shape. do them together and readjust afterwards if I need to, because I think... Oh, look! It's stacked that way in a way that I can tell that they are different enough. Okay. I'll just do one at a time then. Boop. Let me take a sip of the coffee, because that was a mega coffee. I've been here about even, yoinked the first redeem, but you didn't mention it, so I was gonna yeet a coffee at you and was like, if you want yeet something, you better do it right. That's fair. Yeah, I guess I did miss the first redeem, didn't I? Weird. I'm not seeing it at all in the list. Yeah, it says it's claimed, but I guess you did it so fast that, like, my chat window didn't manage to, like, be connected just yet or something, because, like, it's not there for me at all. How rude! How rude. But I do see that it's been taken. Oh, I see it there. I see it there. Okay, yep. Wow, no one else had seen it yet. Grey Wolf, welcome in! Apparently you, like, just missed getting the first redeem because it was not seen at first. Oh, I need to be in the correct window when I tried to paste things. I tried to paste, my art mesh into OBS. Obviously, that wasn't gonna work. Okay, if I do Alt-Shift... I think Alt-Shift will work for the most part. Okay. A little too far on that front. About over here. So yeah, that looks like it's doing alright. I was gonna get rid of the inside vertices, but because of the, like, halo-y effect there, I might actually want to keep the inside to make sure it doesn't break anything. So we'll do that. We just have to make one on the outside as well. The outside one, though, doesn't need to be so dense, so we can just make some loose little points along the way. I want to make that even less dense. Like, I don't think it needs to be like that. You can go there. But again, this is just like a loose outer edge thing. That way I can stretch it out further, like if I needed to. And it's just keeping it as existing. So, like, this can be pretty loose. Because it's almost like a mask. Because the point of these layers is that when the head turns, I can stretch them further into the face to give, like, the under chin shadowy bits. There's different ways of separating your art in order to get those shadowy vibes under the face, because, like, you see I've got my own shadow. And doing this for the shading tends to be a thing. It's how you separate the line as well, though, is another thing that's tends to change, because, like, my model's using a lot of underfill. And that allows some interesting stuff. Alright, so that should be good. And then let's copy that one, go to this one, and see. So for the most part, that's pretty good on the outer edge. But I do want to grab... Ding. I'm gonna grab the centery bits. Ding. And manually pull them around where they need to go. Ding. Ding. And then if we alt pull this way, we can get it on there. And now you should be, nope, not whatever that was. I'm not trying to rotate it. Just trying to line it up with the bottom a little better. Yeah, it looks like all of that's pretty good. You need to go up just a smidge more. And then, yeah. Neat. Got it. Bing. Yeah. So with these, if I hide things, it'll be easier to see. So one of them is this lighter bit of shadow, and the other one's the darker bit. So we grab both. Neat. Go like this, and you can see you can get shadowy bit, like this one. It's lighter. Here. So like this one's probably the better option for most of the under chin, and then like maybe a little bit of that. I don't think doing both is the best idea. It's a little too dark. So I think mostly that one for our under chin shapes. It's gonna be what we want to do. Ding, ding, ding. Woo! It's got a new gaming mouse. Your new one is red, so it'll go 2.5 times faster. Indeed, indeed. That's totally how it works. I have a gaming mouse. It helps to have extra buttons for this actually. Because my mouse has side buttons 1 through 12. It's a Corsair. I forget the other word. But it's a Corsair guy. And chin shadow. I might want to go ahead and grab one of these guys. That one as well. Let's grab this one for the chin shadow. Brain. I don't have a brain. It's fine. So above here can get deleted. Okay, yes, I hear you, phone. I hear you. It is apparently the time of things. So this we're gonna want to do a little differently. Okay, so we're gonna do this. This needs to come down a little bit. That is not the correct way for me to pull on that. This is extending out of the face, but it's close to the face. Okay, don't need that either. Getting spam now. Well, let me leave this real quick. Because yeah, this, yes, it is extending outside of the face, but it is applying a shadow across the face at the bottom. Thinking the outer edge there part is fine. Bing. Delete that again. But I think I don't know. Because if I do it this way, what is stretching across the face will stretch kind of the same way. But I could make it like more triangle inside for less of the lineage. Let me get an idea of what I want to do here. And then in a moment as well, my phone was yelling not for funsies, but the one is I need to go deal with swapping my laundry around. And now my phone is thinking a lot more, so I want to make sure none of that is other important messages. So we're going to start with that for this chin shadow. Is any of this important? Okay. Alright. Work clerk, woo! Strin! Not perfect, more time to witness how much more I need to learn about model rigging. Oh god, what is that layer? We're working on a chunk model, and this model has like 1,500 layers, Stren. It is way more layers than you need for anything you might try to draw right now, okay? Don't you worry your pretty little head about it. There is... yeah, chunks models go really, really hard on the layers. Profs, I think, was actually just under 1,000 after all the copy pasting. Left to right. Let's see. This one still says our number of art meshes is 1,510. Because I just opened the model statistics. Because, here, let me save real quick. And then I will show you what, this whole thing looks like. because obviously a lot of things are turned off. So let's get the hair, which is a bajillion layers in itself. We have a hat. There's the hat. And then where's the body? There's the body. It's taken a moment to load because again, it's a lot of layers. And it's trying to remember those textures. Chunk is a very terrifying artist when it comes to layers. However, look at this. Look at this. Let me move it up higher. Okay. Can you understand why there's 1,500 layers when you look at this a bit more? I'm going to turn into a dark magician too one day. Maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure how long I'll be able to work on Blue's model on stream, but like, here. I'll tease some other things going on with this. So, he's got a couple different arm toggles. We have a face palm toggle. So that's an extra arm. We're also going to have controllers, which I've got this little mock-up of like how the coat needs to move to adjust for that as well. But then like, you know, you got this big coat, and if we take, wait, so the collar up here, you got the big fuzzy thing. We can take off the fuzzy thing, and then we can also take off the whole coat. Those are like the toggles that we actually are going to want to be keeping. The rest of the toggles I have down here are literally just for while I'm rigging, so that it's easier for me to see things. So like, they don't want to take the vest off at any point, but I have this set up so that I can. So I can see just the shirt when I need to rig the shirt. Blue did not ask for a tummy shirt, but that is what Blue got. And it's very amusing, honestly. And then what else? What else? Let's put the vest back on. The belts here are like a bajillion layers in belts. This is called a jabot. Got that guy, he's several layers with shinies. The polo sleeves are not coming off anymore, but the polo can come on and off while I'm working on this so I can see things again more easily when I'm trying to. Pants, we're not taking those off. And shoes, I'm gonna hide the feet, but shoes? Yeah, we're not taking the pants off because then I will get struck with all of the things. That is not a good plan. Let's us turn things back off. But there's just a bajillion layers in all the things. I don't think I have emote through any channels I have emotes from to properly convey the fear I'm experiencing right now. It's looking like looking at an eldritch creature I cannot comprehend. Like my hair isn't even gonna have like more than a dozen layers. Yeah, because you don't even want to look at the hair layers. I have to look at them later today, in theory. Part of why I might start rigging an eyeball is in fear of going into the hair, especially because there were some things I had to do to fix the hair, because I found out you can see them already, but you don't truly understand. Especially because, so you see how we also have the shadow layers on the face? Right? Here's the hair shadows. That's its own folder. So we have, say, oh my goodness, this is never ending. So this is like one section of that, and that is 7. And all of those are going to have an associated part in the actual hair. We go into the hair, front hair. See, the vent bang is going to be that whole section there, minus the little shadows underneath. Yeah, because the shadows are underneath of it. Like, even that bit here, we've got... Yeah, we have a lot happening in there. Now, those are symmetrical at least, right? So, like, I think it goes to here. So all of that, I can then copy-paste over. Like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then we go to the other side. You got like 2 big base pieces, and then a bunch of little guys, where I can't move the top too much because you don't want it to disappear, but you need to have your wiggles down here. And any of these that have a shadow layer, I've got to make sure I put it in the same deformer as well. Gonna be a time. Gonna be a time. All right, go back to being bold. Yeah, just looking even at the face as you were seeing though. She does a lot in the face. And you can also see we've got like blood splatter things that we gotta also deal with. Because, more toggles. I just showed you the arm ones because I'm terrified of the arm ones. We'll get there one day though. Well, here, real quick, just for you, Stren. Obviously, my model's hair, very simple. I got 2 just giant pigtails back there and some bangs. So that would be something that's more comparable to something that you would actually be like looking to do, right? And I actually wanted the bangs a little more split and I asked them to do it and I just ended up not liking how the new layers looked. But like here, fun things that I've got going on. But brain. Even though the hair itself isn't that crazy, a lot of my hair has underfill because I'm using a lot of underfill. So like this is the hair coloring on there. So as the head turns, you notice it doesn't move that much, but as soon as I do this, I got it rigged on the art mesh with a blend shape to make things do better depth on the side. Okay, you can stop. Yeah, it's using underfill for my stuff. So this is the hair base, but this is the line is actually the stuff underneath. That way, as it moves around, as we move around, that is a normal layer. It's just clipped to this. You only use multiply if you're just trying to get that additional, like, make it more. Multiply, I believe, is dark. Multiply, yeah, would darken it, and add would brighten it. But we leave this as normal. Yeah. Well, you can, cause, what is your art program again? Do you use Clip Studio? Because you can do clipping in Clip Studio. Yeah. There's literally a button that will clip to the layer below it. It is organized a little differently, in the long run. And then anything that you would want to do as like an inverse mask, you would want to use masking in Clip Studio for instead. But like, where are my bangs? Bangs group. Bangs group Z. It's like the bangs we have on here. So that's a section. And then this is the section I wanted to split up more, but I ended up not quite liking how the new section looked, so I didn't use it. And then the third bang. Ding, ding, ding. And then we have hair scalp is what I called it. So that's the part under there. And then, yes, actually. Boop. Without my hair, I actually have an under hair layer there. So that my scalp looks like it has things. Yeah, so being able to clip inside of Clip Studio is very helpful. I did not mean to wave. I meant to put my hair back on. Which is funny because the model rigging whip sticker just ends up in the air when I do that. But, yeah, it'll allow you to kind of test making sure that layers work the way you want them to. But you do have to be careful because sometimes you can clip things in an art program in ways that you cannot clip them in the actual program. An example of that would be, so like when it comes to your eyes, you can clip things to the iris itself, but in Live2D, if you do that and then also are trying to deal with the sclera issue, you can have more issues than you're looking for. And then it becomes more complicated to fix. There are some various fixes that are relatively simple, but it takes a little bit to get your head around it. And it's like, I don't understand what you're asking of me at first. And then the back head was also kind of really annoying on this one, shaping wise. But the back head also has, I can get, oh my goodness, just select all those objects for me and then solo it. Okay. And then hide. So this is what the back head looks like if you actually look at all of the hair layers, because it has, again, a yellow base. You can't see it on it. I can't scroll it down far enough. Rusty's is in the way. There's a yellow base, and base, the underfill underneath that for the lines. Then you have the shading for the sides where the pigtails connect, and then there's also like this under bit shading and the top shading there. I remember so little from when I did my gremlin model. The amount of information I'm remembering or relearning is making my head hurt. Yeah, you learned how to rig your little gremlin model in like a week. Yeah. My model is more similar in a layer amounts. Hold on, let's see. It says the number of art mesh on my little model here is 325. And a large part of that is the fact that it is underfill, because most of my layers are like, have 2 double layers. It was like a month, yeah, and I'm literally doing the same thing I did then now, but on a more complex model. Oh dear Lord. Well, I think you arted for most of it. So what is underfill and how does that work? So a big area where this is easier to tell what this is. Let me go into outfit. Okay, we're gonna zoom in over here and take off clothing, which is weird, but you're gonna live. You're gonna live. Okay, so the easiest place to show this on my model is actually gonna be with the arms. So let me grab my arm here. So, give me all the things so that I can, open all of that. I can just scroll more. There we go. Okay, so on our upper arm, we have this layer here is, our skin tone. Here we have the underfill. The underfill is being our outer edge. One of the reasons to separate it this way is this underfill layer can go below the torso. Which I believe this one's going below the torso, or I think the torso's underfill is underneath of this. So what that means is when the arm moves, it is cutting off, it's hiding the lines between those two things because the underfill is under it. This is part of the hip, that's why it's not going away. But like here, we have our outlines for both of those. And as I pull it away, the outline is revealed. But as they run into each other, because our separated skin is above them, it's covering both of them. So that's where underfill comes in handy, is where things join and you want those layers to overlap well. And like in the bangs here, I wanted it so that like this could pull away and reveal like edge lines, which I wasn't able to do for the bangs. But over here, it's something that can happen. I don't remember if I did much with it. I did. So here you can see, as I did on the blend shape again. So when it turns, right, I haven't moved anything with it. But when it go like this, we have less of the line there, a little more up here. Because I was like, hey, we're getting some more depth there. I have no idea if you heard any of that because it was in an ad break. I didn't realize the ad had started. No. Think you got a gift sub at some point. Ah, I see. I am seeing the bread now. Yes. Most likely Celestial Beast managed to hit you with one of those. There's been a couple other people who have done gift subs lately, but Celestial Beast is literally the beast at gifting. Alright, but I actually do need to run away real quick because during the ad break I was supposed to go swap my laundry, but I got distracted because I was explaining stuff. So I'm going to close out my model real quick. We do not need to save anything that I was just messing with in there. We're going to zoom in on blue. And I am in the face folder stuff because yeah, I just did that. So we're working our way up this list when I get back. I think I understand how that maybe works, but like I'm learning how to do multiplication before addition here, I feel like. It's just another way of separating the art. It's also helpful when it comes to like the head layers to do it that way, but there is the drawback that on the texture atlas, you have an entirely large shape of the back head being, you know, the underline, and every arm you arguably like have double the arm layers, things like that. So doing it the way like this one here, where, you know, you have your line is separate from your face and things like that is fine. But even on this model, they use underfill for the body because of how it interacts. I'd say underfill for the body is more of a thing to worry about or care about if it's a model that you're going to use multiple outfits with, because you can be more certain that you can solve issues with how the body collides with itself if you use underfill. And depending on like different outfits types, the first outfit you rig with it might look fine, but you might go for another outfit and it's maybe more revealing or like shows more revealing in some way. Maybe, you know, it's just now you have arms that are visible when you had long sleeves before or something like that. It can be easier to fix a lot of problems if you have underfill instead in the body, but it's not mandatory. There are other ways to solve a lot of issues, like with duplicating layers and using them as masks and such. It just really depends on what it is you're going for. And again, you're learning, don't worry about it with your body parts. Just, you know, your skin and lines can just be the same layer for your body parts. Because most of the time for beginning art, that's what you do. For the body is it's literally the line is just part of the layer and it's just like a single layer. You might change that up if you're doing like separated bits for the arms or the legs, but you are fine with making the legs just a single layer. As long as you art mesh it well, you can easily make them bend well. And I tend to, even if the arm or the legs are separated into several pieces, I will just use a deformer across the entire leg, across the entire arm, to bend them. Because even if the arm is super separated, there's a good chance that the sleeve itself, especially if it's a long sleeve, is one solid thing across the entire arm. So the easiest way to make sure the arm and the sleeve work together is for the physics and the motion to all be on one giant deformer across the entire thing. But again, I have to go swap the laundry. I meant to do that during the ad break. I will be back shortly. right, in here again. Oh, right, I made myself smaller earlier. I'm gonna have to manually do that again because it automatically moves me around. There we go. I go there. I'm gonna have to get up one more time. You swap doggos once the one dog comes back, but that's gonna be a second. So I think if I take the chin shadow and go to this one, should be able to paste that and just move it over. It's a little bigger, actually. Interesting. So I'd probably want to be like this. All right, because we have got this outer edge as well. This is such a weird shape. This is pretty sure that's about the center of this chin here. But it's definitely at an odd-ish angle. That's fine, though. We'll do... grab it like this. Drag that side in. Grab it like this. Drag that side in. They're definitely a different amount of distance. Hello, why are you doing that? Every now and then, things do something silly. Hello. What? Why? Okay. Yeah, that's definitely a different amount of distance between those. That's closer. And we'll do this side. Here. I think that's fine. And then big box. Let's go to here for the moment and get closer to investigate. I'd say that corner seems to be the closest. We'll just go bing, 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 bing. So yeah, this is a off-center piece, as you can tell. Arguably, I just started it from the beginning. I could make a centered thing on it. Again, I don't think it is centered. Well, it should be. Okay, we're gonna start that one over. We'll do that one a bit more manually. We're gonna do this, and then we can do position, center of the selected vertices. And we can erase. And then if I paste that thing, I have an idea. Better idea as to where the center is supposed to be on. Yeah. That's definitely not like a symmetrical shape. Something is up with that. That's fine. So we'll just delete all that. This should still have the same settings as before. We just want to make this similar to how the head shape is. In at least density. So it'll react similarly, because this is a shadow that's happening on the neck. I don't really know why it is the chosen color of being super purple, but it is, and therefore that's what it looks like. But I think it's actually yeah, it's a multiplayer player, so that's important. Oh yeah, Shren, whenever you do get into the Live2D side of your model making, do let me know, because see how over here it says multiply before 5.3? You have to make sure you do various settings to make sure it's not registering it as a 5.3 model. Because 5.3 is currently incompatible with VTube Studio and will continue to be so for an unknown amount of time. They're hoping that this year they will have it sorted out. But it's kind of requiring an entire engine rework. So It's gonna be a time. And that does mean having to do some extra funky stuff to be aware of as someone who's making stuff. It's not like too terrible, but it is definitely something to keep an eye on. You definitely don't want to use any blend modes that are not supported. Okay. I only wanted the outer edge to be well divided. And then I'm gonna give me another point out this way. I'm not sure how far out some of the edging of that is going. Like you can kind of see, you know, on this side for sure, because yeah, I did mirror mode, and this side, of course, not where it belongs. I think I'll leave it that way though, because that extra edge there can just be contained in here. I think that way it'll follow the face more accurately, and I think that edge glue is supposed to be a thing. Alright, we'll do that. Yeah, because that is what we're only seeing it right now because it's showing up there, but like as the head moves, this would move that way, arguably, to some degree. The shadow's being cast down that way, and then like as the head turns this way, we'd have less of it. But we can only see that part of the neck because this is still shown because it's part of the head. Alright, then we need to stop hiding things so I can see them again. This is the forehead. It's also extending out. So let's grab... That's bright light! Bright forehead light. We'll do this one, Control C, or this. Control V. And question becomes... Alright, I can go back to our known scepter. Let's do this. Delete. Here, go ding, ding. Whoop. This. Do the center. This can also just kind of go ding. Now we'll just leave that one down, because that's so it will function with the other stuff well. Like with that. You know, like there, it's folding over itself. Oh, that's set up. Arguably, I get rid of the things on the center, and that doesn't happen, right? Why did it disconnect those points? That's one of the problems with the eraser tool, is it just kind of sometimes deletes points that you haven't even touched. But this should be fine, because it's just going to move along with everything else the way it's supposed to. Accidentally clicked there. And that. So that's most of the head layers should be dealt with. We then have blushes that are going to need stuff. That, then blood. So all of these are blushes. Bloods. Let's start with these guys. Blush, line, smile. Ah, I guess these, based on the name, I'm guessing her intention was that the opacity of this would be affected by smile. Because I didn't do it with my model, but a lot of people do, where when you smile, the blush on your model gets darker. But that can be a little weird sometimes when just talking, because as you're talking, mouth smile does activate, because it's just part of mouth shapes as well. So I was like, I don't want to do that. Didn't want to do it this time around. Because, like, I could have done it with how I've got the Hearts blush that's, like, it's got a much darker blush. I could have, like, arguably used that as, like, when I smile, get, like, that dark of a blush. But I didn't. Alright, let's look at you. Not sure the best way to deal with this. I think it's just gonna have to be triangles. I think it's gonna be another triangle situation. Because it is kind of like a gradient, which is where a lot of the other triangles come from. Alright, let's see. 1 second for them, because the doggo has returned. I will have to get up again when Doggo returns, but side note, when my microphone is muted, so is Bun Bun. Just Doggo, you're back already? Doggo! Need more water, huh? Almost. To the chair. Wow! Alright, I'm here. Okay. I was going to look for the eye texture here. And copy that. And then go back into the blush here. Erase. Control V. And take that and stick it on here. Boop, boop. And just stretch it for this one. And swoosh. That's probably good. Let's take a look-see. Do our Artmish thing here. Go like this. That's not what I wanted. I was trying to resize the brush still first. So, like Yeah, I can get some pretty good reshaping of that. Like, I don't think there was any way I was doing, like, individual lines on that. I can get some good shaping around. And I guess that is a good question. I'm gonna want it to adjust to the eye shape at all. It's like if the eye moves up, do I want that to move up with it in any way? That is a question for much later me. Alright, these two are in fact symmetrical. So now this one can get deleted. You are now the new left. Again, anywhere that I can do that, the better. Alright, and then we're gonna copy that and we're gonna go into this blush. Control V. Yeah, that's not gonna be ideal for trying to do both sides at once. Why? Eh, whatever. I was like, why is it two sides at once? It's fine. We're gonna do this. And do this. No, not cancel. This over here. From this point out to here, because then I can see the line is straight. Ah! Hello. Go back to being this way. Thank you. Take. No, not that. I'm gonna go this way. You're gonna go down this way. You know, actually, one. I'll grab both of those at the same time. Both of you. Thank you. Alt. There we go. That way, I will know you are the same size triangles. Yeah. That should be about it. This. About either way. More so looking at that way. 4 division. No. What is that? 4 division. 4 division. One more 4 division. I think that should be enough 4 division. That might be good. Let's delete that. Delete that. And delete this. Leave it like that for a second. Solo mode. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba. Not H for hide. Shadow. Brush. Hide. Slow. I feel like that'll probably be fine. I can always mesh it more later if that's what I feel like needs to happen, you know? Anyways, let's keep that. And then you guys. Control V. This. Shift. Stretchies. See. Not perfectly. It's fine. That. This way. Way. Go. This one, I will 4 division it again. I think. Yeah. Yes. Yes, I will. So that is eye contour. And I think it should have a bit more deformation possibilities. That. This stuff around here. If I look at that again, look if there's like anything in the center of it, so I can probably say like this. Yeah, I wouldn't want to go any further because I'm not sure how much further that goes. Okay, because then if I need to as well, I can separately interact with that later more easily with it like that. Okay, and then this, should probably get a copy of that one. You can't see it, but it's there. That one. This, I think. Let's do this. Stop going sideways on me. I'm just trying to put you up and down. Alright. Leave like that. Ding. That has to do with this. That is a lot happening on there. Holy moly. Okay. So that's all the blushes. That's most of the head stuff. You do not need to be doing any of that. I imagine it's the mailman. The mailman does not care about you in that fashion. Turn off mirror edit because it's only on one side. Ding, 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 ding. Gamboni, you do not need to be concerned. Excuse me. Sneezy, sneezy. I can go down there. Let's keep it here. Ding, 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 ding. One more there. I think that goes super high up. Like that. I want to do another section around here. There's shininess happening in there. I think that should be good. If anything, I can erase that one too. Connect those more directly like this. Like that. There we go. Ding! And we got various blood splatters. So it's more like a face shade. That one's going off the face. So that one. This one, because it's so lined up with the face. I think I'm just gonna take that. This. Obviously erase a lot of stuff outside of this box. Delete. Delete. Thinking probably from here? Nope. I wanted to keep that, thank you. To connect to it. Something like this. Just for this brief moment. That's how we want that set up. Ooh, like that. Here. That. Okay. Let's see. Like that. Ooh, even more square-like. Yeah. With that, we're going to do light row of line here. That'll help me move the density of that light a little more easily. I was like, there might not be any more light out this way of this. Looks like that's where that weird edge thing is happening. It's so hard to tell, and I don't want to cut it off by accident. Arguably, I might be able to do, say, nope, not that. Something more like this. Let's aim for doing something like this. I think it's possible. It doesn't look like it's cut off anywhere. Okay, nice. Next, look at the blood. Blah. Blah. We're gonna copy that one. Go in here. This sees. Bing. You drag you down because you're actually like almost directly below that. Look at that. Stretch. Oh, more like this. Division again. Delete. Delete. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, and pull you down. Hello. I'm going to pull you down, not rotate you. Slightly. There you go. Ding. Now go into solo mode with that. Brushy, brushy, brushy. Yes. Escapes. Copy. Big blood splatter over here. Control B. Drag you over. Alt shift. Meow. No. Actually, this box is a good size, so you can keep the current edges. I don't think I'm going to need to make it denser. I think this will be fine. If I had to make it denser, I would have wanted to stretch it out more. This should be good. Solo. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Ease. Okay. Alright. That is the blood splatters dealt with. Okay, that's everything inside of the face. Oh my goodness, have we done the face? We may have completed the face. I say may because there's very well like a layer in the eyeball or something that I missed. It is literally blood, yes. That is for another fun toggle. Obviously that will be in both eyes. But we have a yandere situation going on here. I'm surprised he didn't get a knife hand with that. Now that I think about it. Not like I'm asking for any more arms on this, but, you know, knife hand. Very, very standard with that concept. Okay, let me save real quick. I think real quick I'm going to do the ears because they're just right there. They're just looking at me. They're not that difficult, I don't think. So we're going to do the ears real quick. Because I can't imagine it to be cheap. Listen. When it comes to this individual, they don't like to spend a lot of money, but they do have it to spend. So if it was something they wanted, they would have gotten it. I feel like with Blue, it would just end up being a gun. I don't know. Yeah, now, if Blue wanted it, Blue would have gotten it. It either slipped Blue's mind, or Blue just didn't want it. Those are the two options. Why does your little shadow think that the box goes way out there? That's odd. So there's two of those? Interesting. Those are both purple things. That's the top of the ear, bottom of the ear. And then this side has an extra shadow layer that's above it. Okay, so we're gonna do the ears real quick because I am stalling when it comes to the hair. I'm just saying, I am stalling when it comes to the hair. I will be honest. Okay, we cannot be doing mirror editing, but we will go with just a 2 on this outline shape. Celestial, welcome in. How are you doing? Dinner half lurk. Hope dinner is good. What am I doing? Why am I doing this? I've already started it. Like, what if I didn't and do the thing that I've been doing? Use that for my outliner. Thank you. I think I want a little more. Nope, not like that. Intervals outside. Nope, not that either. Minimum boundary margin. Nope, that's not helping me either. Who is it? Boundary margin outside. Side. Okay, so it's that one I think I wanted. I wanted to go. Yeah! Excuse me. I'm trying to drag that up slightly. Not that one. This one. I want you to become a 3. Thank you. Go become a 3. That's not what I wanted either. Hello. I'm trying to hold the other button. As I've been trying to use the auto thing, I made this version that's an outliner, so it shouldn't put anything actually in the middle vertex-wise. This will change how dense it is. Just trying. Yeah, wanted it to go a little further away from it on this one. I think 4. Hello. Again, I'm not trying to use that. I'm trying to use the regular motion thing. Yeah, because some of those were just a little too close. Then we use the eraser, and then my phone yells at me that I should eat food. Doing great. Good. Good. Glad you're doing well. Yeah, when the next ad break starts, I'll try to actually pay attention to it this time and not get sidetracked. I'm gonna get up and make myself some food. I need to eat. Gotta eat. Unfortunate side effect of humanity, you know? So let's do like this. I think that one actually can also just get gone. You go here, you go there. Go. Oh, nope, not that. You, not that. Escape that one. Select here. Then connect. Thank you. Alright. Now we just gotta move points around to make it happier. This one needs extra. Ding, ding, ding. There we go. So now we just gonna smooth out our shapes to more of what we're actually looking to have. You think life without food would be worse? Gotta have the nom-noms? What I could do without is all the fucking sleep we have to do. Like, why can't I just sleep for like 4 hours and be fully rested? I want to do stuff. Or the stomach from having the grom-groms. Or prom-proms, depending on how you think of it. I'm just really tired of having to manage food, you know? Like, one, you have to make food in some capacity. And, like, you have to source the food in some capacity as well. You have to figure out what kind of food you want to make and get the stuff for it. And then I have 3 picky little gremlins, which do not make that any easier. When it comes to dinner time, anyways. Let's see, do I want that to go through that part, or do I want it to just stay with the darker line? It's only for a little bit that it does that. I think we'll go for out there, because I think... I'm unsure. I want it to bend. Okay, well this is currently a closed shape, right? So we can just do this for a second solo. I can think about how I want to move it. Because like if it's like this, move it, you know, that whole part goes together. Like down here. A bit further in. Maybe I'd want to be able to get more shading out of it. Maybe I'd want to get more of the lip. Okay. Here, let me go into this space. Smush it up a little bit. Do that. We'll need some amount of like in-between line, because otherwise I can't pull it. Something like that. Then like I can do like this. That? Yeah, that's not really gonna help. Yeah, I think we'll leave it on the further edge. I think that'll work out better. And I can always change it later if I don't like it, you know? I'd prefer to get it right the first time around, you know? Not have to redo things 16 times as I go through, but it's always an option if I do happen to make the wrong choice now, compared to what I decide to do later. Art mesh can always be adjusted another time. I mean, you can opt to not make food, but that's not ethical for the gremlins on the end of it all. Yeah, it does not help because, like, middle gremlin does not like flavor. She doesn't like seasoning, like, at all. This is a child who will eat plain white rice happily. That's not an exaggeration. Literally, like, go to Panda Express and she will literally get just white rice, nothing else. I don't know, my least favorite part of the art process is making model art, deciding how to do the fucking back layer of the hair, like the stuff on the back of the head. Yeah, it is potentially annoying and difficult. Seasoning on the table for everyone else to put on post-cooking then. But, like, that doesn't really work for a lot of flavors, because a lot of flavors do better when they're cooked into it. And, like, I'm not cooking plain chicken just for, like, salt, pepper afterwards that barely sticks to it, you know? Like, I think for the most part, she's kind of okay with, like, garlic onion seasoning, not having an actual, like, onion that she can see. For the most part, it's bland enough that she doesn't, like, freak out over it. But the second you want anything that might resemble not even, like, so much a spice, but just, like, a deeper thing. Because, like, she doesn't like pepper. Like, pepper is too spicy to her. So, like, you can't even pepper things. At least not heavily. Though she did manage to actually like a shrimp yesterday. Which would have had a little bit of, like, Old Bay seasoning involved. Okay, so that's the outer edge of that. Do I want... Slow mode. I'm going to want any more to that. Yeah, sure. And it also depends on how your hairstyle is working, on how much, I think just the outer edge for this one's gonna be fine. How many layers you're gonna want for the back of the head. Because generally speaking, a good way to check if it looks good is grab the entire front face and any of the hair that's in front of the face as well. So like your bangs and such, they're going to move with it. And like in front, anything that would be in front of the ears, essentially. Take all of it, stick it in a folder together, and then drag it left, right, up, down. And you can see how the hair behind it looks. Normally you're going to want, when it comes to hair, I say you have 3 sections. You have the back head layer. Normally the back head is like a solid single layer. Then you have the front hair, which normally is, you know, your various layers of bangs. Normally there's something hanging around the side, you know, whatever would be around like the ear area, something. Then you have what I call the mid layers, which is everything that would be essentially like on the side of the head. So when the head turns, most of the time, that's where you would reveal those bits. You might see them stick out like a little bit in the side or whatever, but I made my coffee too strong, so I gotta bounce to the gym before my heart explodes. Ugh. Well, enjoy the gym. Weird to know that coffee does that to anyone. Coffee does not, like, make my heart do much of anything. To be fair, you like spicing, but you hate pepper. Love spicy food, though. She definitely doesn't like spicy food. It's just pepper that's blug. Yeah, autocorrect can be quite a problem. Okay, so that was the top of the ear, and I was just going to leave it as the outline because I think that'll be fine for what motions I'm going to want for it. Let's do the bottom of the ear next. And to again do the outliner thing. I think I just want my box. I want that one a little bigger. Yeah. I think the inside one is mostly fine. Make this a little bigger. Because this one I will probably put some more layers on the inside. But the auto tool is great for getting this initial outer line set up. Especially when it comes to like weird funky corners. Trying to do the stroke tool and figuring it out with that afterwards can be really annoying. This, I think, that's good enough. Do that. Okay, we're gonna do something along those lines. You can having do that needed to be a little more dense because it's the corner. It needs to not break out. Go down here. You go like this. Those lines. And same within this area, we need some more stuff. 4 points. You go there, you go there, you go here, and you go there. Bing, 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 bing. Or I feel like I have way too much energy now. I need to go burn it off, otherwise I think I'm gonna spontaneously combust. Apparently my risk of spontaneous combustion is auto-mod worthy. Yeah, that's weird. Apparently saying, because it was specifically the go burn specific part of it. So apparently telling people to go burn is some kind of insult that happens often enough that they've moderated it. I didn't know that we were like accusing people of witches still in this day and age and telling them to go burn. That's like the only kind of thing I can think of that that would be a way to insult someone. Okay. I was thinking that I didn't want this to be so dense, but it is kind of like a curvier part of the ear, and we're gonna want some ear wiggles. So we're gonna leave that like that, but down here, it being a little thinner is probably gonna be fine. What are you doing? I think you just need to get out. Think. No, the Spanish Inquisition's going on. Again, no one expects the Spanish Inquisition. All right, the ad break is going to start in a minute, and like I said, I'm going to need to eat this time around. So we will be taking a break in just a moment. I'm probably not going to be able to finish this ear art mesh beforehand. At least finish the outline, that'd be good, but I don't think that's going to happen. We got like 30-ish seconds until ad break decides to take over my life. I've got to figure out what I want to eat. Part of me wants to make fried eggs and sausage, but that is something that would take time to cook, and I don't necessarily want to do that. I want to be working. So I might just like make a sandwich. That is a lot less time intensive. It's starting soon. As soon as it says the ad is actually started, I will get off my butt. So I should probably just go ahead and go now. It'll take me longer than the ad break either way to do food nom making. Alright. Suppose the resurgence of witches due to games and such could have brought back. Maybe. Alright, well, unfortunately, quick lunch break. I think we're gonna make a sandwich. We shall be alright back. Alright. We return. I must resize myself again. But return. Sandwich has been consumed. Nom nom nom. Alright. Papa. So I was working on the edges of this thing. Well, why is there actual line over there? Pink. So we got back. Had a ham and cheese sandwich. This was quick to make, and I just went ahead and ate it. That way I would not slowly eat it while working on this, because that's what normally happens. I get so sidetracked. And I'm like, oh, I still have half a sandwich left an hour later. You did miss the Spanish Inquisition talk. Because apparently Go Burn is something that will get auto-modded. I mean, it was mostly in the chat thing, so... Because I just got back from eating lunch. I have consumed. Now I feel tired. That's another thing. I don't like consuming. It makes me tired. I don't want to take a nap. I also slept like crap. I only remember just waking up constantly. I don't know why. Just know that I did. Alright, let's go. This. Definitely some kind of like situation here. Back to there. Drag it up then. Just. Down. Again. Not trying to have too many points. Bing. 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 Oh, that's like way under the ear, so no about that stuff too much. No, do not cancel. Ooh. Thing. Here, I feel. Good. One more. This thing. Yep. 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 This instead. Oh. Alright. Well, I could get more involved in here, but I don't think I need to, because that's like all behind the head, just about. Well, maybe like 3 there. And then these guys, which I think are like 2 of the exact same thing almost. I want to deal with that. You know what? I think that's actually fine. I'm just gonna straighten out the inline a little bit here. And just smoothing out the edges that, you know, don't super exist. That'll be fine. And this one, also pretty much fine. Because for something like this, I didn't really want to do a bunch of triangles because it does kind of have like more of a line shape to it. This seemed like the better option. Okay. And those are multiply layer. That one's multiply, that one's a normal. They should probably just be clipped to that. Right now. Probably creating a shadow outside of it. Just can't see very well. Yes, let's just Control C. Control V. Clip those just to be sure that they're not escaping. I might need to eventually change that around. This, I don't think I'm going to have a use for. But it's here. It has a soft edge. Really don't know why it's here. Okay, so this all exist. Take this, copy paste it to move it into the regular ear org. To flip. Double check. Yep, it is lined up properly. So I'm going to move into the ear here. So these move. Maybe these guys can get deleted, I think. Wait. Are you actually? You are differently. Okay. Mine then. You are differently set up. Interesting. I thought it was just the shadow, but no, the actual thing itself is also darker. I thought it was just the shadow layer made it darker. No, that's just that one line. That's the issue. So I want to try to copy paste that over. And give me trouble about it. It's not gonna go where it should. I don't think I can't do that in here. If I tell it to flip, it's gonna flip based on canvas and not. So annoying. Because yeah, on art mesh level. Oh, hold on. Hold on. New idea. So I'm gonna copy paste these and flip them. But if I do it from modeling view instead of the PSD, I might be able to keep it flipped. Oh, dang it. I was hoping, since it's over here and it's therefore flipped, it should work. But alas, it did not. Alright, well. Yes, I'll just have to flip it and drag it manually. And it is generally in such a way that shouldn't be too difficult to do. I'm gonna be sure that it's lined up pretty much the same, but I can't know for sure that's exact. That drives me crazy. This one, well, the purple accents, are they different colors in any way? They are also different colors. Dang it. Yeah, I really need the flip horizontal to refer to the line that I've created, you know? Really so much to ask for. I think that's about it. Control C. Control V. Flip. Drag. And then the ear bottom. So then when we're like where these lines are, makes it easier to sort out. Alright, ears. Ears are happening. Right, that's something that's probably gonna have to go away. I'm gonna have to make copy paste situation or something. It's like those individual strands, yada yada. Unsure. Might become a different thing later. Might not. Alright, let's copy his save. I think that is everything on the face. Do we start rigging eyeballs? Start meshing hair. Both of these have some complications going on with them. Eyeball. So like that looks like something, but we're not keeping like any of how that currently looks. Not precisely that way. Yes. Start that from scratch. Like something here seems not moving at all. Yeah, like that's just flattening. It needs to move forwards. Just because, like, yeah, look, the sclera is moving up, but the rest of it's not, so it's like breaking. So I just like squished it. So I think all that's gonna get adjusted. I need to just save. So part of me is also like, I kind of want to take a nap now. This is the problem with eating. It makes me eepy. We start working on the hair. We should work on the hair because it's at least like, you know, a piece at a time. I don't really want to think about motion right now. But it's going to be complicated piece at a time because I need to organize things as I go too. Stop being bold at the parameter. You can't see that I'm editing it, so the default stops being 0, so the hair will stay on. Alright, front hair. Okay, the ahoge is actually put together in one organized thing, so that's good. After that, highlight. This is yet bright light. That is bad. That's the orb. This orb, I actually want that to go in the face. It's kind of like a light in the face is what's happening. And go in the face base. I think. Move here. Because I want that to bend with the face as it goes. But I want it to stay centered to like the nose. Okay. Alright, so let us start. These are shadow bits that go with it, and this is going below that. So I'm gonna need all of that, plus these two shadows. Vent, fringe, org. Create. That is not centered. Let me get my center line to appear. Guide. Show guide. Heal. So now, shift. It's not centered because of some of the weird highlight things that we have. That's the center. Go. Okay. Now all of that is in there together. Why is that in there? Hello? Oh, because there's one in here for this as well, I see. It's a rainbow mask. So you're for that side. So you're specifically on the rainbow. You're left rainbow. This is glitter. That is the light. Okay. So I'm gonna do this. All of this. Okay. Vent. Highlight. Org. 8. Again, that is not the center, my guy. Yeah. Control Alt. It's fine. That size. Alright, that's mostly on that side, but we're gonna do this, these. Vent bang, highlight, right, org, 8. I'll move you two separate. Event bang, highlight left, org. Okay. No. Are you continuing to send me random memes? Yes, you are. Yes. I did see that one earlier about the Build-A-Bear. Alright. Okay. So these are various highlight sections. Move it up there. It's like that. And everything's also like already clipped to various things. Do these fringes. I think some of them might cast shadows. Oh boy. Okay. Again, we're gonna do like one side first and then the other. They're labeled as right, so I probably want to start with that. So we're gonna do this. The event fringe right org create. We'll do this side and then we will make a copy paste for left and flip it over. So this stuff is separate. I don't think this clipped to the hair itself in any way. No. Okay. Yeah, these are gonna actually have to go inside of the left right of those things. This one probably it's only affecting the right. Go in there as well. When did you get like that? You should not be like that. I could have sworn I fixed all of these as I made them. Oh, you're centered again. Centered, centered, centered. You're not centered because you're underneath of this one, which is centered. Okay. Alright, so then I have a bunch of these little guys. You are not terribly small. Are you small enough? Show me your edits. Small enough for me to just do something like this. Actually. Density. Ooh, hello, wrong direction. Less dense. We're going for more simplified. Shaping of things as we can. Ah, I sneezed again. Managed to meet that time. Alright, we're gonna do this over here. Next ad break, I gotta go swap the laundry again. We're gonna do, say, control here. I think it's skid here. Here. And then down here, I want you to stay that size. Around here. Down that. I might want it to be a little denser down there. The rest of it's... It's only because it's the tip that I think I need some more density. I can also get a little skinnier. Not that much. A little. Okay. This part here. For 2 then. What? A stroke. Here. So that. Do it. Needs like 2 more points in there. And then with that, go like this. That way it's just a little more dense at the end. Go. We can get more curvature on the point. Solid that. 10 for just a moment. I would probably consider you part of it at this. Like, something like this. Top section. Like this. So like this swirly little bit. Yeah. So this is gonna be a shape that I would not actually do. I'm just kinda messing with it to make sure like, hey, you can move how I'd want you to, right? Bendy bendy. Now this one, that shadow will line up with it. Oh, brother. Let me find hair shadows. Hair shadows. Cheek fringe. Side fringe. Okay. Yep, it is you. So you and this one, right? Hold on. Where'd the hair shadows go? So this here. Side fringe shadows. For that side. So all of this needs to go into our fringe right org deformer. Move here. And then, yep, it actually, they are labeled the same thing. So then I'm going to take this, I'm going to delete that line. I'm going to copy our thing. I'm going to go into this one, paste it, move it to line up because those are the same shape. Looks like there's a bit of a rotation happening as well, though. Get line up well. Might have been a use of like a liquify tool or something in order to bend the shadows around to some degree. Or maybe it's squished. I think. Maybe it's squished. Patient and squishies. And then I'm just gonna go closer and make sure. Generally looks alright. Man, it's like right along the edge. A little close. But it gets the job done. Okay. So then what's gonna happen that those two pieces have to move together. So we now have right, side, fringe, bang, S6. S6. Create. I'm not writing side, fringe, bang every single time. So now those two will move together. And that's why I was like, oh boy, the organization of doing the hair is going to be a time, because I need those to move together, and that's going to keep happening as we go along. Is anything that has a shadow on the face, I have to make sure its associated shadow lines up. Like, arguably, I could just copy-paste this into being the shape for that, and yada yada, but that is a whole load of nonsense I don't feel like doing with. Would it save me a little bit of, texture atlas space? Yeah, maybe, but like, this is also at like a funky angle, and as we saw with trying to redo the, thing there, something is just not gonna be completely lined up. So, you're like that, and you're up there. Do you have a shadow being cast? Like, that's the other thing. It's like that one, because this is up here, it's not reaching the face. It doesn't necessarily need the thing. I digress, though. Alright. Room. Ding. Ding. This whole thing can definitely be less wide. Without considering. Thing. Right. Even less wide is an option here. Go. Alright, let us confirm the stroke. Go. Ding. Ding. And then you need to come like way in here. That's unnecessarily far. Like this. Let's get that. Tip a little more dense so we can bend it a little nicer. Scoot a little bit. Pull that out ever so slightly. Okay. So like normally I would actually want to make these even denser. I'd like them being super bendy, but I'm also trying to keep the art mesh as simple as possible. Without like losing quality or anything at the same time. It looks like all of them got copy pasted and rotated to some amount. There might have been a bit of a squish, but I'm not sure. Generally looks good. That seems okay. That there was where it felt like it was too close. We'll just go. Alright, that should be good. And then those two get grouped together. As right, SFB, S5. 8. Little guys. When it comes to this bit, that's probably gonna go with... No, not that one. Maybe that one? Yeah. So I think it's going to be you together. That'll be the shadow on the face and the shadow on the hair. Because you are what it's definitely directly connected to. Real quick, we're just going to go ahead and write SFB. The other one's like S. It's going to be S1 then. I'm just going to go ahead and create these real quick. Right. SFB S4. Continuous creation. So the next one, we're going to do this. Instead of that, it's going to be S. The other one's S1, so I guess you'll be S0. Okay. And then it's going to be U2 for S2, which you already know. And then those two for 3, 8. And then, yes, these are now in number order. Okay. Because, yeah, 5 is meshed. So we're going to be on to this part. I'm going to quickly save real quick before I forget to do that. I don't want to lose stuff. I just do not have the brain power to try to do motion today. Art meshing, one of the good things about art meshing is the fact that, like, it is kind of brain dead. It's a little mind-numbing, but... Coffee sip. This evening I had to deal with child school stuff, and I am not looking forward to it. Although, is anyone ever? It's gonna be extra fun because, you know, I've got to take the boys with me too, because it's for middle gremlin for her that we're going. But alright, let's do a control point here, because this needs to get a little wider here. Like down this way can in fact get skinnier. Up here can get skinnier as well. You can maybe get a little skinnier. We'll confirm the stroke there. Minus these points. We'll actually move that up a little bit. Because I think I kind of want this to be a little denser down here, because the curve of this starts kind of way down here. I guess going from here, we're going to go like this, 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 and then to the point. Bring it down like this. Go there. You're going to go there. You're going to come here. Knock it on out. Boop. Go. Ding. Ding. I want another point in here, actually, because that does not feel enough. You know, I've got to deal with that this evening as well. Part of me is debating Actually, we might just go ahead and end sooner. Again, I slept like complete garbage. I don't know why. I don't know why I ever sleep like garbage, but it is a consistent thing lately that I'm just not sleeping well, and I hate it. But I might want to take a nap actually, since I do have to quote-unquote adult a bit today. Let me go ahead and actually connect these things. I don't know though, because I want to get work done, and I'm kind of actually like locked in a little bit on this art meshing stuff. I think this way. This one's a little weird. Is it still rotated? This one doesn't feel as rotated. Maybe he feels only squished, not rotated. Let's squish it that part. I'm just gonna move after that. It's more like, assuming Chonk had some version of like a liquefy tool or like the brush that I use to push things around, it feels more like it just got pushed in this area. Because these shadows have such a unique shape is another reason why like I don't want to do the copy pasting hair layers version of things either. Okay. So we can go ahead and close that box up so that I can more easily see the next box. Because yeah, for all these like little guys, we can just do our stroke tool. Eventually, we're going to get to the larger ones, and that probably do the outliner thing, but we'll probably make it less dense because I want it to not be, like I said, super dense. I want lots of triangles. We're trying to minimize our triangle count. It's ultimately the goal. But hair is one of the places where we're going to be spending our triangles in the hair. There is no choice, but we can do it more efficiently. That is the goal. That's going to get more triangle color. Again, I could make the entire thing more dense just because the end's not dense enough, but we haven't been doing that. We know. We're gonna save on triangles. Confirm that. I'm just manually making it a little more dense at the end. Ding. 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 Ah, the ad break has begun. I will be back in just a moment. We're gonna finish this line. Boop. Finish these points around a little bit. Quickly run off because I'm gonna make braid. Save. I've gotta grab the laundry out of laundry, so I shall be right back again. Alright, I'm back. Gotta resize me again. Resize me. Over here. Haha. I had to like move around a bit in hopes that that helped me wake up a little bit. And I need a piece of chocolate because sugar. Gotta have your sugars. This one, it may be slightly squished. Maybe slightly rotated. Rotate and pull down a little further. Whatever. I'll make it fit this part more so. I'll fix the bottom afterwards. Yep. It is very much so like just the bottom got like brushed upwards. There we go. Okay, so then that one's done. Here we have, this one's a little thicker. This one. Let's see if I auto you. What do you think? Oh, hold on. Auto needs to do higher number than that, right? Hello, auto. Margin inside needs to be like. That's inconsistent between the two sides. But yeah, you can see how at the bottom, it's like, yeah, we'll just make that one piece. But up here, it's doing it separately. Alright, so for that, we're going to manually do stroke like this. Needs a higher density than that. 15 might be good. Let's see, bunk. That too big. Look at those are all over here. They're all pretty large. Only because of that section there, separated line, that I kind of want to do it the other way. Okay. I'm still gonna do this, I think. This can be larger than I had it there. Manually adjust as needed, as is tradition at this point. Ba-dink. Ba-dink. Something's on sale. That's disturbing. Let's see. Apparently Ever After Falls is on sale. Yeah, so Satisfactory and other things. Yeah, Satisfactory is one that I've not played, but might have an interest in eventually. And I've also never played Factorio. And I actually didn't realize it was something that was still, like, getting updates until, like, the news currently is going around that it's doing its last update, and I was like, it was doing updates. It was still, like, actively doing stuff kind of thing. I thought that was, like, just a done type of situation. No. Didn't realize they were still doing content stuff for it. Because it wasn't really something I was ever interested in. Okay, I'm gonna do this. I know that's gonna be completely incomplete. It is probably a little more dense than I would have wanted it to be, but I think it's fine. That's a repeated density of 15. I think it'll be okay. Be okay. So I need to find a music solution, because again, I don't really want to be listening to Rusty's at this point. I've listened to Rusty's way too much. But I need to get some kind of musical solution that's not going to play ads. Arguably, I could start playing YouTube music in the background. I've got my audio separated now. Yada yada. YouTube's probably not the best answer because having more video trying to run in the background, probably a bad idea for my dumb graphics card that doesn't know what it's doing with its life. Followed by, I'll end that here, or do I go ahead and just pull it up to here? Just pull it up to there. Those two can get connected. Yeah, if I tried to play music from YouTube, I think my computer would explode trying to have, you know, a background video quotations happening. I don't have a Spotify. I mean, once upon a time I had an account at least. But I only had an account because a friend had space on their membership plan thing. But since I didn't really use it a lot, someone else wanted the space. And I was like, yeah, sure, because I don't fucking... I'm not a music person, that's fine. Give it to someone who actually cares for the music, you know? I don't actually have, like, a use for it with streams. And it's like, oh. Well. Now what? Now what? We're gonna connect, I think, to that one. Like this. That way. That bend kind of exist. Gonna do... I think I want to do another one. I think that bend alone would be fine. I think I do want to put a couple more points into it, though. Maybe a little bendier. Ones up here, I think, are fine. They're pretty... not as curved over there. Over here. Pretty good. Okay. I gotta close it up at the top. It's gonna be... ding. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, this is... weird that way. There we go. So that should do pretty well for that. Then we can go to this. Race. B. Okay. Here we can actually, like, easily see, like, this has been squashed. Right, you know, squashed. Scoot it over. Down a little bit. Put it over some more. This, the outside really to function. Then I'm going to erase the extra points inside of it. So that's pretty lined up, I'd say. good as we're gonna make it. Then we're gonna erase center line, because this doesn't have a shadow that needs to be adjusted, right? And I still want the outer edges to be as bendy as the main bit. But that way we don't have any problems of like if the tip's being super curled and defined on the other one, that it can still be super curled and defined on this. This can go a bit. Yeah, they're not one-for-one shapes, but they're close enough I can at least start with utilizing the shape from the more textured piece. Alright. Ding. And this. That piece, and we got the big shadow. The shadow piece, I think, more resembles that in shape and size. However, it's further in. Well, it calls itself as if it's part of that, so I guess we'll put it over there. Might very well be that these two get to move together as well, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm going to save again, because I'm oddly afraid of the computer just going, or death. My wrist is falling asleep a little bit. Oh, my ticklies. Numbness. Static numbness in my hand for a moment there. It's the angle of hand on desk. So, coffee sip. Alright. Blah, blah, blah. Auto outliner. Gonna be... Interval is 20, my auto thing. It could be more. It's 20, that should be pretty decent. What the... Do that because I want it to go a little further out than it was. Big eraser to become small eraser. Go this way first because this is more sensible for a period of time. Good this way. Something happened here where it started losing sense of where the boundaries were. It's gonna be you going way down here, going way over there. Okay, so this is where you decided to become like one entity. Way too early. Just like those up there. I was watching someone else's rigging of something with a bajillion pieces. And I believe it's kind of ignoring how separated these appear to be. I'm just kind of going like this. Actually be the better answer for how to separate this. That can go away, that can go away. Okay. And then when I do like shadow line happening here, I kind of bring that back into the fold of like, hey, there is also that bend happening. Can help that kind of come into an existence. It doesn't need to do much. Even that feels a bit too much down there, but it's fine. It's fine. Figure it out. Okay, I'm just gonna erase a bunch of those because there's a lot happening there of lines just not making sense. This side generally does make sense because I just manually made those parts. There though. Okay. Kind of scoot down a little bit. It's over here. Things really stopped making much sense at all. Doom doo doom. Yeah, I was watching I've never tried to say their name out loud, and I don't know if they've said it out loud, but Sanally, I think? They've been working on rigging the customizable Nanolus model, which is one that I am kind of looking forward to. It's one that I might actually buy. Because most customizables I've used in the past, I believe, have been free or like relatively cheap. I'm not sure if I've ever actually bought a customizable. Because most of the ones that like I might have been interested in trying out in that fashion were like at least over $100, and it's like at that point it's something I want to use for like a long period of time and not just like something to play with. Which is why for most of those I was like, I don't think they were something that I wanted to do all that with, especially because I still wasn't sure what I wanted to do for my model long term, you know, branding wise and yada. Well, you know, recently that we've come to the bakery. But knowing that that's coming eventually is one that I have thought about eventually grabbing whenever it actually comes out and once I know an actual price point for it. Because Nano's art is just gorgeous and I would love to use it. Especially, again, depending on the price, as a stopgap between getting my own full-size model. But again, it's questionable. Like, I've got my little chibi here that is, you know, very customized and, you know, me. So it's like, would I really need or want a nano customizable just to have a full-size version of me when I could just be the chibi version of me until I eventually get a full-size version of me, you know? But at the same time, Nanolus is an artist that I will most likely never be able to afford. Or, you know, get my own custom model from, because, you know, again, expensive and I am no one. So it's like, if I ever wanted to, you know, utilize their art to represent me, the customizable is probably like the main way I'd be able to do that. Because I don't have like 10K to spend on model art, I'm sorry. That's not me, but If the customizable is, you know, somewhere in the just, you know, 1 to 200 range, that'd be more feasible, especially if it's more of a stopgap kind of thing. If it's more than 200, I probably wouldn't do it since I've already got, you know, my Chibi here. But I'd still be tempted. I would definitely still be tempted. I will not lie. I'd be like, I don't know. What if? What if I did? But again, all depends on what the pricing of that actually ends up being. Because from the options I've seen that it has for things, I could make a pretty good version of my model. I think there actually were even like earrings that would kind of match or did exactly match what I'd be looking to do. Plus like little tassels added on too if I wanted, but I don't want to do the tassels. But it's just like, so the amount of options happening, at least with the head and such, I was like, there's definitely options in there for me to make a full-size version of myself out of that, whenever it gets done. I have no idea how long it's going to take them to finish rigging. I think Nano also is still like occasionally adding more art stuff. Again, they've mostly been working on the head rigging and the hair rigging. They were working on, I think, some like mid-hair dangles the other day, because that's the other thing. They're making a customizable. It's got a bajillion options. And like I said, I was watching them do the rigging of the hair, which is where I was like, yes, more simplified things, because again, it's a massive customizable model. There's a lot of layers, so you gotta be careful about how you're meshing something like that as well. But it looks very pretty. I've really liked the rigging for it as well that I have seen. They recently did like a little, hey look, I finally rigged some of the body thing, and the body motions looked good too. I'm like, Because yeah, Nano does not rig. So that's why they are working with someone else to do the rigging. They just do art. And, it's looking really cool, and so I'm still thinking about if one day, maybe one day when that is done, if I would grab it. I have no idea at what point I might try to get my own full-size model. Cause like I just got this Chibi, you know? I don't need a full-size model right away. And I'm still trying to figure out for sure, like, who artist-wise I would want for my own model. Because like there's a couple people I've seen whose styles I generally like. Then go back into it. Make that line. Make a line through that section, I think. Follow this one. This part. Void here. Okay. I think this will help support the edges a bit, but also, well, just to pull that around a bit too. What, do you need to go outside? Just heard her start tooting. Toot, toot, toot. I was trying to scratch. Just tooting instead. Go outside, sweetie. Okay, give me just a second. Yeah, I'm gonna quickly plop down. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna connect that way. I want that to be separate still. Let me go release a stinky puppy. Let's go inside. Release. Yeah. Make me bigger. Make me bigger. Ooh. I need to make it easier for me to switch other, like the redeems and such, to me being left versus right. Because like today would be fine for me to be on the left. We're not really messing with the parameters at all. But I don't have things really set up for that. For the throwing stuff and going through and fixing that every time. Sounds like a nuisance. Alright, we're gonna do that. And copy. Paste. Erase everything first, and then paste. Yeah, so this is, again, one of those ones where it's like not quite making sense. Like, maybe if I stretch it, making it too long, technically. Should I squish it then after that? That's close. And again, for this will be erasing center stuff. Right, I should just use the minus button, because if I use the eraser, it tends to delete random things too. Okay, like here, I don't need any of that. All of that's too far out. Oh no, there actually was some stuff out that way. Look at that. It's barely visible, but it's there. Okay, so this could go. Oh. Do this. Go down here. And minus those things. I'll keep those because those are for the curve. Otherwise, I think that should do it. That down a little bit more, make sure that's not getting lost in the sauce. Alright, so that's that part. This guy. Ooh. That's something I need to look at the next time, because I know that like they do the big 2 triangles along the outside, but when it comes to something that's like frilly like this at the end, I didn't quite catch what it was that they did with them. Outliner. They also did much like larger sections than I did with that. Like that. I think we should just make this longer than this one. Internal thing can be that. We're gonna add this as outliner hair. That way I don't have to keep changing the settings, but I think that's gonna work out better. Is this for the hair? I want like the bigger spacing. I don't want it to be too dense, you know? I know. Probably don't know, but that's okay. I can go. These are also gonna go. You don't know what you're doing. That's okay. That's okay. I don't either. Just do it. Alright. Gwendolyn is asking me to let her back in the house. So go ahead and do that. No, I'm gonna Yeah, Squiddy, you're under my footsies. Squiddy under my footsies. Ooh. Eepy. But alas, it is too late for a nap at this point. Too late for a nap, even if I wanted to. I do want to, but alas. Doing here. Blue! Hello, hello. It is going. I am dealing with some hair meshing. I thought about, instead of hair meshing, starting to work on the eyeball. But after lunch, I became eepies, and I was like, I don't have the brain power to do motion. We're just gonna keep going. So here we are in the hair. Everything, generally on the face and the ears, should be meshed, unless I missed something. There's a chance I always missed something in the eyeball. But we're in the hair now. We're just in the very beginning of hair. We're in the first fringe bit. Oh, we're actually almost done the fringe bit, and then we can copy paste it over. Yada yada yada. Eating a Popeye's chicken. Oh, nice. Making me want some chicken. Well, it's probably tomorrow night, I believe. We're gonna be making a lemon pepper chicken. Not sure if that's gonna be tomorrow night or Thursday. It might be Thursday. Prof probably won't be home tomorrow. We'll probably go to game store. Probably be the next day. I really should know the best way to deal with section. Oh, undo both of those. Not like this. Silly thing. Do a silly thing. I'm not exactly sure the best way to deal with the ends of the hair. I know doing like just two big things like this and then maybe one or two supporting things in the middle so that I can do like depth. It's generally a good way of dealing with hair mesh and trying not to be too triangular. Not to use too many of our polygons, but trying to figure out the ends of it. I'm not the best at, because it's very much random wiggly bits. Yeah, you say fried chicken, and now I'm like, fried chicken. Today I had a sandwich for lunch. I did a lemon cheese. Tomorrow, my one gremlin. Technically, two of my gremlins have field trips tomorrow, but only one of them needs a packed lunch. So, make ham cheese either tonight or in the morning. Figure out when I'm doing that. Erase that. Yeah, we're dealing with like organizational joys and wonder right now in this, because you've got your hair shadow layers versus not shadows. Do something like this. Would be a good plan. Let's see. So and that we're still just doing the shape we were doing. Just gonna have these couple extra triangles sticking out to support these bits. Oh hey, don't mind me. I'm just extra triangles for pointy bit. Okay, let's do. Go more like this. That makes more sense. Get different triangle. that, or we're just gonna cut into there. Pull it. Okay. Cut an extra shape in there. I'm gonna do the same over here with you. You're just gonna cut into here. I want to create an extra thing there, but I'm not gonna let you. I'm hearing rooms. Okay, so here. The form of emergency vehicle is going very loudly down. This is not a helicopter. Someday, somewhat recently, I was not streaming at the time, but I was just like sitting here at my desk working on stuff, and suddenly I noticed in the reflection of my TV that there was a helicopter landing not that far away, and I was like, what the heck is happening? There had been an accident on a road nearish by, and they needed a helivac. They were trying to figure out where to land, so it was just kind of hovering in my peripheral for a little bit as they were trying to sort out, can I or can I not? You saw 2 cop cars next to a pulled over vehicle on your way home? Yeah, it happens. Ah! When? She keeps bonking in my feet. Why are you bonking into my feet? This I think I need to make a little more dense. Here. Here, and then one more. So with that, you go there, you go here, you go there, go here. Okay. See, there's a bit. I'm gonna go there. Go there, because you're getting another piece. Alright. We'll do another piece in here. That'll more even. Go. Not trying to connect that, but it's fine. Whatever. So at least a closed shape now. We're gonna take here. Do this here in the darkness. This. I've also gotten a nose mask made in here. So I'll be able to do nose turns more easily when we get to head angles and nose. Down here though, I need to get the curve. Thinking this section be the other section. Get it's kind of fine. Connect. Side this thing. That does just kind of come down rapidly closer. I'm trying not to have too many triangles. I don't have enough. Get some kind of shapes. That should help. Let's see. Do another row in the mesh. Maybe I want to go too heavy, but definitely one here. This might be more reliable. I don't think I'm gonna go super detailed on trying to do any super twisty bottom curves. Make it detailed. Ooh, it feels like it's too much. Let's save real quick because it just made a lot of noise on me. Bend you around. Trying to bend you around. And you got the vibes. You're kind of squishing along those lines that I made. Well, you know, that's working. If we come down here, I wanted to like bend the points a little bit. They are, you know, they're agreeable to some degree, you know? Like that, and yeah. No. This way. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Like, yeah, that part's behind some other things, so that's not even super noticeable. It was like the shape of that just feels a little funky right there. I think it's just because it's kind of stuff. Former, no. Art mesh. Form, Vtuber. Double check that was definitely back to how it was originally. Felt like it moved around. You know how dry the biscuits are? Yeah, I freaking hate Popeye's biscuits. Like, they're useless to me. We're gonna do this one next first. Yeah, I don't like Popeye's biscuits. Everyone else in my house seems to love them. And I'm just like, how? Why? There's nothing there. They are quite literally giving nothing with that thing. Like, how can you even eat that? How could you even suggest that is something that is edible? I don't understand. I'd rather the bottom here. Up. Another probably got squished situation as well. Rotation. Squish this way too. Alright, let's try with that. Greg. It's around. And I just messaged niche it completely separately. I just minor there. I'll just do that and call it a day because it's just a shadow. I don't think it super needs. Go into this one. We're gonna just select this. We'll see. Go into here. Control V. Here a little bit. Escape. I don't need that for this. Those. I think that went too high. Again. Yeah, squish it to great shape. More squishing. That's close. It's close. Bit. Those are also bent in slightly different directions as well. Or here. Nope. Wrong button. You guys. Ding. Nope, not trying to cancel. Trying to leave. Ding, ding, ding. Not there. Ding. Eat one and that's it. Yeesh. That nice little here. Few points. Yeah. Good enough. That's the shadow. This is a different shadow. What do you look like? I'm not sure. Let's grab that one. Paste. Nope, I said paste. Wrong button at first. Definitely looks like it got squished. That's gotta be it now. We're just gonna water that. Yeah. This one, because this is the one that's on top of the head, I'm really not worried about this bottom shape, because that I think is like not even apparent, because this is just attached to the main head. So I think this one can just kind of stay. If anything, actually, let's make you... Ah! Gwen! God damn it. It's knocking into me. Wow, that's super dense. Ooh. Just... It's fine. This is just... Alright. Just do. I didn't see. Essentially. Cause it to. Hello, the meshing is meshing. I am really tired at this point because I did not sleep well, and thought about taking a nap earlier, but I was like, I wanna get work done. Here I am. And also, like, I don't have the brain power to do anything, you know, with actual motion, so I'm just continuing on with the art meshing, because when I was done with all the face layers, I was debating starting the eyes for real. But, I was like, nah, we just keep meshing. Meshy, meshy, meshy. Even once I get all the meshing done, then I've got to spend quite the amount of time dealing with the texture atlases as well. I've got to make sure they are organized very well. So I'm like, I don't want to get all of the art mesh done first, but art meshing also is a very mind-numbing task. About to be ad break time. Alright, our last ad break is about to begin. Ain't it? And we'll be shortly after that we've gotta go. I have gremlins to fetch. Maybe I can nap after I get the gremlins. I think we have to go to much later. So that's all of those. Great. So that means everything in the right side sorted. Means now we can take all of this, copy, paste. Don't explode. No, don't go super fan on me. Okay. That. Wait. Hello. Not soloist. We're going for hide. This. I want to make sure. Yep, that is everything's layered correctly. It's just the shadows are duplicating. Oh, they're stacked. So there's something right there. Oh, I think it's because that shadow, it's duplicating. Oh, we're just working on. Yeah, it makes it look. Those are generally in the correct location. We're going to delete that to the left. Oh, and I gotta make sure. Okay, so it did put all of those in here. We're gonna go to for movement. Go to this where those are. Move here. That's gonna be. Okay, it's gonna be that grouping can be deleted. And then coming up here, this grouping can be deleted. And so now we should have this section and that section working together just fine. Minus, hold on. This part, select for movement. It goes, move here, it goes down here. Yeah, because those are down there. I too am operating on 2 hours of sleep. Bad, Blue. Bad. For once I am not in the same boat as y'all. Got a solid 5 to 6 hours. Feeling hella good. Could have stopped at a reasonable hour, but I insisted on one more round. Behavior needs to stop tempting me with semi-bad survivors. Yes, one more round is always the go-to way to have a terrible time. Alright, so those should all be good now. We should have left and right that are separated. And all of our little shadows should be back in the shadow folder with their shadowy friends, including the big fringy shadow. So now if I take this guy here, nope, not the highlight org, I want the entire org. We take that, get the whole fringe. And this side's darker because it's got a different thing there. But otherwise, those should be the same as they were. We got highlights where now that these are separated, this highlight can go in with the left org and this highlight can go in with the right org. And then this highlight thing can be deleted because now these highlights on this side, yeah, the rainbow goes across, but the little blue guy, he's there. So if anything, I might move. So these 2 layers here move kind of together. Because one is this section, the other is this section. And the way they clip in together here, that little highlight goes in there. So I might make those 2 get an organizer together that then this goes into afterwards. We shall see. But we have all of that part dealt with. So yay. Step 1 of hair. Oh, hair shadows org. Ah yes, all the hair shadows are in here. But at least the hair shadows are labeled the same as the actual strands. So that makes my life a little easier. What is that? Oh, the hair shadow clip. Right. I'm gonna have to figure out how to deal with that. Because it is both ear-shaped and head-shaped. And I might need to make, like, one version of it for the head. It even goes down to the neck. Oh boy. So what's making the shadow on the back of the hair? I think that's a separate layer that's going to have to get replaced later. Yeah, I'll have to figure that out eventually. Alright, what is this? Oh, that was just for the different fringes. Yeah, those have to still be organized in the long run. We still have so much more to organize. Shadows are banished to the shadow realm, indeed. Because I really don't want to have to make multiple versions of that for each section. For reasons. Yeah, where'd it go? Hold on. Get rid of that. It's not even casting a shadow, I don't think, near the ears. Like, yes, it can cover it, but I don't think it's doing a shadow. So I think I can just clip it to the face, and the ears that stick out can be ignored. Maybe in motion? It might be a problem, though. But if I have to copy paste it, well, I guess everything's clipped to it, not the other way around, so I guess it wouldn't be that difficult then. Never mind. If I just copy paste this, it should keep the clippings, and if it doesn't, I can copy paste the clippings from it. Big stretch. Big stretch. Alright. Let's get out of the hair shadows. Let's go back up into hair. Okay, so this was the vent bang and the side fringe. So now we're going into... Ah! Hi! Throw me a coffee. I have a sip of coffee left. Coffee. It's gonna put me in the middle. There. Now I'm out of the way of things. Maybe. Tiny. Tiny loon. Because now if you throw a coffee, it should not be too far away. Hang on. Okay, so... this is just those two guys. Okay, well I can do that real quick, I guess. That is the one connected to this. Ah, rainbow! What's going on? What is that happening? Okay, that's the thing that's stuck to, and then this is lighting. Lordy. And then that's shadow. So that one has a shadow. That one does not have a shadow. Okay, but all of this is just going together. Small. It's called a front bang strand. Let me just say small strands. Center. Word. Okay. And then in that, all of that, all strands, lighting org. Okay. And then this, the shadow for that. I wonder if you have a shadow. I feel like you just don't have one. You do, it's very hard to see. It might be that right there, which means it might be in the other folder. You two are right here. You are small strand 1. Org. Great. Okay, and then you are called Front Bang Strand 2. Go to the Land of Shadow folder. Go to the Shadow Realm. Air Shadows. Front Bangs. What was this thing called again? Front Bang Strand. Okay, it looks like it does not have one. What we just did was the side fringe shadows. Hold on, where are your other side fringe shadows? Where'd they go? I can see them turning on and off on that side, but why don't I see them turning off and off? On and off on the other side. I stick them in the wrong place, or did not copy over correctly. You know what? I wonder if they were positioned differently. On that side. They probably, well, no, those look the same. Like you. This. Am I missing something? Oh, I know what I'm missing. Hold on. Because these aren't the ones that were in the clipping originally. So it's these. I see. Control C. Go to this. There's going to be a bunch of stuff in there that's probably null now, but I just do this. There we go. But yeah, so when I copy paste it over, I have to make sure I actually reclip to the thing. That's fine. Oh yeah. yeah, the orb is also going to have issues. Okay, where is those ones? It's going to be these guys. Okay, Control C, and then where's my orb? Orb! Orb. Oh, no, no. Yep. Me clickies. Delete, delete. Control V. Sure if that worked. Not you. So why is this uncentered again? No, it's centered. Okay. Okay, yes, you are clipped to the orange. You can see how the orange is appearing. Just the orange is not that far over on that side. Hard to see from the eyeball. Because the orange is a little off-center. Okay. So, my orb and my shadows, I've got to remember each time I copy-paste things. Fantastic. Wonderful time indeed. Very citrusy here. Indeed. You got this big blush orb, which I should probably texture. Right, because yeah, I've got to texture all the other things too. Okay. Yeah, that's those things. And then the small strands. I need stuff, but yeah, I gotta deal with the highlights too. I might just save the highlights for at the end because they're all in weird little places. Okay, small strand 1, and then you're gonna be small strand 2. Don't really need an org, but heck it, we'll just org. There you go. That way I can find that more easily next time. Part of me wants to just go ahead and organize all of those things into folders right now. But like folders? I mean deformers. Also, hold on, the small strands guy. Not lined up correctly. Let me make sure. Okay, well, you aren't going to be. The other fun thing is that like a lot of these that I'm copy pasting over now have to get copy pasted again later. I'm going to have to redo all of this clipping nonsense again several times. It's fine. Okay, so those. This does need to be organized into the center. So you go across the whole head. Oh, it looks like I actually got it. Yep, it was in fact in the center. Okay. You, Control Shift, drag, go up here. Oh, I also got that one right on tray. Okay, so highlight stuff. I'm probably gonna go back to do because like I'll have to do one and then copy paste it to all the others. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and save here. And we're gonna head on out of here because I have some gremlins to fetch. And then this evening, I'm probably not getting much of anything done on this. Depends on what I decide to do after the kiddos go to bed. Yes, I know I need to get off of here. Let's go to here. And we can turn that off. I believe chatting screen should have its own thing. Chatting screen? Yes, it's Starflow music. So we'll turn off the game audio for that. And we're actually going to go ahead and close out Rusty's. Say bye-bye, Rusty's. We didn't really use you for anything today. You were just there for sound. There we go. Let me go ahead and close out Live2D. Yes, save it for the billionth time. Yes, so tomorrow, probably back with more of this. Maybe we'll actually work on the eyeball first instead of going just art meshing the whole time. Unsure though. Might very well work on it for a little bit and then do Ova Magica, because I do also want to be playing Ova Magica, but it is really annoying to swap between things, especially with the YouTube side of things. But we will see. Tomorrow may or may not have some Ova Magica. We might just straight rig tomorrow, and then Thursday might be Ova Magica. We'll see. Maybe tomorrow's Ova Magica, Thursday more rigging, Friday Ova Magica. Because like on the weekend, I'm probably gonna rig. We'll see. I want to be doing all the things, but there's just not enough time. There's not enough time. Especially because, like, so rigging is something that I know I can do no mic. And the kids get out of school within like 2 weeks now. I think it's in 2 weeks from today. Youngest will stop going to school. Like in 2 weeks from today, I think youngest has his pre-K graduation. And then after that is eldest has a graduation. I think the day after that is just the last day of school for realsies. So it's like in like 2-ish weeks I know already I'm not really going to be able to play games like at all. But at the same time, I want to be working on this because I'm supposed to be working on this. This needs to get done. So it's like, But I know like once summertime comes, I'll be doing no mic streams and it'll just be all the Live2D. There will be so much Live2D and lots of me pausing and running away to deal with gremlins who are screaming. I might try to set up my model here and adjust its inputs to make it pretend to be a mouse model, so like it would move as the mouse moves. Instead of even having like the full tracking on, because it would be really weird if it looked like I was talking when I was not talking, you know? And mic mouse versions of models also like the mouth moves purely based on the microphone moving. So I could still set it up to do that in case I turn the microphone on for a moment to say something. Especially like if the gremlins were to go play out front, I could talk for a little bit, you know? Things like that. But yeah, so tomorrow we will be back with something. We might just go full Ova Magica day. And then Thursday, full rigging day again. Much Loon, you're muted. Loon, no I'm not. That's why you put no mic in the title. It is a requirement if you're doing a no mic stream. You just gotta. You just gotta. Alright. Yeah, so with all that said, like I said, we'll be back tomorrow with something. We'll see what that is then. So with that, bye-bye YouTube side of things. I will see you tomorrow, YouTube. Bye.